this gonna work? Am I allowed? Ah! Hi! I'm not used to that. That's not good. Oh, there we go. You finally woke up. I'm not used to having people here. I'm used to being all alone. um... Nothing, not a single thing that I care about. That's unfortunate. Okay. Plastic. I need to redesign this, and I just don't want it. Like, it needs to be redesigned. Okay. That took up a lot fewer inventory spots than I kind of expected it to. So instead of working this way, there isn't a good way to have a splitter split multiple resources. I don't want to deal with it. Yeah, I have so many green circuits here. I don't need to be stockpiling them up here, do I? Okay. That's not gonna work. Oh! Enjoy lunch! Lunch is good, good, good. Okay, so I don't have any copper cable because it's getting spent. Okay. I don't need these. Completely full back up. That's bringing over carbon fiber, because, right, the thing that I want to remake, the thing that I want to do is make rocket turrets. Hmm. Not really a good way to do this, though. Hmm. Okay. That's fine. You? That's crazy. Ah, I see. Because I accidentally made infinite of this. Okay. That's my bad. Okay. Um, I still feel like this is the thing to be researching. Since it increases the amount of stuff you get out of asteroids, it will decrease the amount of asteroid collectors my spaceship needs, and it's not like the rest of these help. Like, all of these don't help. I should build a capture rocket thing. Don't know why I have most of these items in my inventory anymore. It's okay. Right, so after things get... They go through this chain, and then they go back into the... Okay. What I need to do is have this not work this way. What way does it need to work? Each item that goes in. Okay. I have my main production line. Then I need recyclers. Each recycler either should point like this, or so it takes in inputs, spits them back out. This is the same as this, except for a step over here to allow me to filch things that I want off of that belt. So this is the loop that I have built. But it doesn't work correctly. Oh. I guess you travel a little too fast, huh? And yeah, I need to be using an advanced recipe. Okay. The way to use an advanced recipe here would be to just take these belts, and have an add-on. It can be all the way up here, really. Where instead of doing just that, it does that instead. And then I have to have a splitter here with the necessary calcite. Um, those didn't have the condition. Okay. Oh, I don't have inserters. Okay. What was that? Okay, so the other thing is that this is going to stop working. How do I go to the map? Here. Solar power in atmosphere 1. Solar power in space 60%. So it's gonna be half of this? Well, that is enough. But I'm actually gonna be using more power. Because these... Yeah, this will consume almost... These consume about 8 times the power. So right now the ship is at idle. So a lot of these will consume much more electricity. As time goes on. Yep, welcome back. That was very fast. So I need to bring nuclear fuel up here, right? In order to be able to actually power all of these, which will be nice because I'll be able to get rid of all of these. But what will that look like? Yeah, 40 megawatts is way more than I'll ever need. I have a bunch of uncommon ones. I might as well send one of those up. Oh, I have common ones. Okay, good. Because these being constant consumption means that having a higher rarity doesn't actually make a difference. It doesn't make them more... It doesn't make them better per fuel cell consumed. It means that they are capable of supporting a higher amount of stuff. And that's not a factor that I actually care about. Okay, so if I go back home... Yeah. Pressing buttons is hard. I calculate how much steam there is, and every once in a while that allows these to turn on, basically. He's just out of the way. Okay, cool. Now they're out of the way. So I need 2 tiles. I only need 1 tile, actually. I need 2 of the tiles that are next to the hub to handle the nuclear fuel, because I just don't want to deal with it. In basic concept, this is the same. Max consumption of 10 megawatts. So 2 of these represents the entire power grid on the ship already, solar-wise. So that should be plenty. Then the problem is that this also needs to have access to here. And now this is a problem. It's not the grossest thing in the world, but I don't like it. Having these touch is very beneficial because it means that I don't have to waste space on the pipe, on the heat pipe. Okay, and then this can go kind of anywhere. In that space, and still fit. Okay. And well, sometimes starting over is the better idea. I'm stubborn, and I would never do that. But I do not want to give anybody the illusion that I think that my stubbornness is, in this case, a good thing. Because it's not. There are many cases where it is in fact correct to just give up. Hmm. Like on this design. I think I'm trying to be too clever by half. Because I can't get these... Oh, yeah. They do that. Yeah, no, Hmm. That's a difficult situation. This has a constant... No, it doesn't matter what this constant consumption is, because I'm just gonna cheat and have it throw it in steam tank buffers and then use the steam tanks to decide when a new fuel cell goes in. Okay. So... I have absolutely no idea what that means. I assume that it's doing, like, instead of having just everything all in one... Yeah, okay. Instead of having everything all in one place like this, you have a spot that does one thing, and then you... Yeah. I I just... I have... I have my smelting, and then I bring that all to the same place. Yeah. You know, the way that you're actually supposed to use a train? Yeah. For transporting goods of out of a given factory and then putting it in a place so that you may better utilize it. Because did you know that trains are the most effective method of transportation? I don't want that to be ore. I want this to be an ore. Why don't you let me just do the thing that's the correct... I understand that that was not a intelligible sentence. I will elaborate in a second. As soon as my brain can remember where carbon fiber is. There it is. So I click this ore, and it's like, oh, hey. Ore carbon fiber is 0. But that's not what I want. I want these to all be true, and one of these two to be true. But, you know, I can't just move this to be over there. But I don't want it to wait for both of these. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, that makes a lot of sense as to why that would be problematic. 10 megawatts of heat. I need to type that in a place where it actually becomes readable. Sorry. Okay, so 10. That's weird. I don't like that. Okay, so this is 10 megawatts of heat. Oh, yeah. Please have best of luck with that. Be well, Zyren. Zyren. Please don't do that, tongue. Be well, Zyren. I hope that your day goes well and smooth. So, this consumes 10 megawatts of heat and then outputs 103 steam. And then the exchanger produce. It's a production. I'm producing power. And then the steam turbine consumes 60 steam to make 5.8 megawatts of electricity. These are all the same. Yeah. These are the same number, basically. So there's just some rounding issue with either the display or with my end. Anyway, that means one nuclear reactor throws 8 gigajoules. And then watts per second, right? Yeah, 1 joule per second. Okay. So 8 times 10 to the whatever it is divided by 40 times 10 to the whatever. No, it doesn't matter. I want to be able to store however much that is. The nuclear reactor, the nuclear reactor can go between 500 and 1,000 degrees. So if the reactor's temperature how does this actually output? 1 to 1. Okay. But that doesn't tell me how many... really? You're gonna make me look this one up? Calorie is the amount of heat needed to heat 1 milliliter, 1 degree Celsius. calorie is 4.2 joules. Thank you. Great, lovely. I should not be looking at Wikipedia articles for this, but I refuse to look at the wiki because it's going to have text that I don't want to read, because it did last time. So let's see. Kilo, mega. You got a byte, kilobyte, megabyte. Yeah, okay, 1024 megabytes is 1 gigabyte. Yes. I'm always going to relate it back to computers, sorry. One of these days I'll remember it off the top of my head without having to think about it. $8,000 divided by 40 is 200 seconds. So it takes 200 seconds for the nuclear reactor to consume the fuel cell. It's fine. In that time, it will, well, generate 8 gigajoules. No, I don't know how this game works, so I need to look up. What is a heat pipe? 1 megajoule per Celsius, thanks. Will it say the same thing here? No. Of course not. Why would it be convenient like that? Yeah, okay. So the reactor stores 500 degrees times 10 megajoules. It's 5,000 heat. And then this is 8,000. The reactor stores up to 5,000 megajoules, and each heat exchanger stores up to 500 megajoules in it, just sitting there. Then, each 103 steam is 10 megawatts worth of heat. Which means that a 25K what is it? Storage tank. Stores whatever that is. $240 megawatts in steam. So 5,000. If I just have 2 of these, like I'd been doing, because this is... That's twice as much as necessary. The robots are complaining. Okay. I'll think about that in a minute. Sorry, robot. I need this to brain. So since a cell is 8,000, of which we can store 5,000 in the reactor, that's 500 in the exchanger, that's 240 per steam tank. I don't want to use the full space of the reactor, so let's say that's only 4,000. It's totally fine for the heat exchanger to be full. That's fine. So that's, you know, not even 4,750. $240. So what I want is 3,500 divided by 240, which is 15. Okay. I want to have 15 storage tanks? That's insane. But that's what it would take to be able to guarantee that I don't waste a single drop of a nuclear fuel cell. That's a lot. It's a lot of space to dedicate to the reactor. If I did this, I would be able to have a lot more. Right, because... Well, no, that would only work if I was actually using them both consistently, though. That's what we found out forever and a billion ago. Okay. That's 12. Need 15. So this would dump out, you know... Yeah, okay. So that would be better, because I'd have 1,000 in the heat exchangers. So I'd still need 12. Yeah, and it just won't line up. Okay. What I want to do... Well, yeah, that is the question to answer, isn't it? What I want out of this is to just have all of the storage... The storage tanks don't need to be in the same spot. They don't need to be in the same spot at all. They can be anywhere on the spaceship. Need to have... Yeah, we can do that. But I could also do that. Or have that, and then just have the pieces be separate. Okay. So I want to have 12 storage tanks sitting distributed around the ship's space. Which is easy enough to do, considering how much space I left for solar panels. 3, 4... Nope. 2. Okay. So not trivial, because those need their space. Those have privilege. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. And that's fine. That's fine. Comes right out, goes in here, and then it passes through. You are the input. Reads fuel inventory and currently burning fuel. What does that exactly mean? It sends the fact that this is in the process of burning, plus these two that have been loaded in it. Okay. So if there isn't currently a burning fuel cell, and the temperature is less than 900, if there isn't a currently burning fuel cell, and the temperature is less than 900, and we only check this every so often, then it's okay to put in one fuel cell. Why do I have two different... Okay, this sets the filter to be on. Okay, this is just... Gotcha. This is because I had it set up one way and then I changed it and didn't make it clean afterward. Gotcha. Use filters. You can only pick up a normal uranium fuel cell, please. Since, well, these only accept them, that's kind of redundant, but that's okay. Right, so I should grab out a calculator and add all of these together. This has a max consumption of 217, this has a max consumption of 388, these have a max consumption of 169, these have a max consumption of 558, these have a max consumption of 72? Oh no, that's per each. Isn't. No? No, it has to be. Max consumption 217. It's before counting for quality. Or, not quality, modules. So I have 100 chemical plants, but each one is only using 0.8 or 0.2 of its maximum. So, and then each assembling machine is the same. Uh, 388. Actually, why don't I put this in the spreadsheet instead of into a calculator, so that it's easy for me to put it on the screen. 207. So 100, 3, 32, 26, 22, 15, 244, 3, 10, 2. That's bulk inserter. That's a collector. Long, fast. Circuit, whatever. 217, 388, 558, 169, 72, 21.4, 59.3, that 1, 186, and 1. So, for many of these, however, you get to take this number and reduce it to 20% of that number. So, this number instead. Except that's not true for... Let's see. Collectors don't have module slots. So, circuits, inserters, collectors can't be reduced. So we have to have full price on those. Which comes out to that. So the maximum possible power usage of this entire thing is 30 megawatts. Assuming all 244 fast inserters are swinging at the same time. That's not correct. There's no way that's correct. These are all kilowatts, 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 kilowatts? Yes. Their max consumption rates are all measured in kilowatts. Okay. Oops, sorry. All of these have the max consumption listed in kilowatts. So... in theory, this platform can do 30 megawatts of power. In theory. I don't think that's ever going to happen in practice. But it means that going for 10 might... Restricting it to 10 might be a little much. Okay. And yeah, I can't just, like, easily... Yeah, that's not gonna work either. So that's okay. Yeah, I don't like that. Just gonna do that. I guess, as much as I don't really find myself a fan of it. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that does not store the whole thing. It stores most of it. Can't connect these to wires, okay. So it might actually make sense to have these in qualities. Because having this in quality would allow it to convert faster. And I just said that I want to have 40. In theory, I could use 30 megawatts. This outputs... Okay, so 2 of these would output 268. Which does not divide cleanly into 80. but it's pretty close. So 330, and then 165 times 2 is 330. This would consume 96, so that would again leave quite a bit left over, so that's not a very good choice, I don't think. I don't think it makes sense to do anything except normal ones, really. Just looking at the numbers. It doesn't make sense to have these be of mixed quality groups. The ratios don't become nicer. Unless I stick 134. Yeah. Ratios just don't get nicer. Unless I stick rare of these next to legendaries of these, at which point they're still not quite 1-to-1. So, there's no point. Anyway, this outputs 103 and this consumes 60. Which, once again, means that 3 of these powers 5 of these. But I only have 2 of these, so I need 2.5. No. 3 to 5, and I have 2. So 2/3 times 5 is 3 1/3. Or, in other words, this outputs 206. And this consumes 180. So if I could magically have 2 rare ones of these, or 2 commons and an uncommon up here, that would be great. I don't really know how many I want. That's the other place that all the steel is going. Yeah, that's not actually what I want to be doing anymore. Do this so that I can organize better. Here's chests of copper cable, and green circuits, and iron plates. Iron plates, iron plates. So what I want to do is, instead of what I have been doing, which is making yeah. Because the thing is that I have an excess of normal quality green circuits here. And a shortage of other stuff. And I maintain the Infinity Gears problem. Why did you stop? Okay, you can't take this out because this is... Oh, because I have two different inserters inserting. Okay. So this only actually works if there's only one and then this happens, yeah. Okay, so rather than passive providers, those probably want to be active providers. Which I do have. Oh wait, those are buffer chests. Same thing. Okay. By getting rid of these, I don't have the storage. Okay, I'm just gonna go pick them all up. So now I'm having a problem where there's no blue circuits on the wheel. The reason why there's no blue circuits on the wheel is because there's no train throughput. The reason why there's no train throughput is because these are loaded with pure gears and Holmium ore. And the Holmium ore, I just don't have enough disposal method for. And there's really nothing I can do about not having enough Holmium ore space, because I really don't want to throw it away. Very some low density structure, however. Oh no. Out of blue belts. Okay. I really need to have a way to ban the bots from putting gears. Because it's not that I want. Yeah, it's not that what I don't want. All I want is for the bots to be not able to put those specific resources in here. I don't actually care what resource they put in there as long as it's not those. Yep, I knew that was gonna happen. all of these picked up. Okay, make these into actives so that they're preferred. That's how that works, right? As I'm doing this, it cannot generate the copper cables that I'm missing. What am I even using all the copper cables on? Well, a lot of them are flying back to the start. I don't know. And the iron gears, and that's okay. I want to have more iron gear crush because there just isn't enough. Okay. Now what can I do to burn through copper plates? Because that's the next thing that's backing up. No, I don't know. 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 Fascinating. I'm going to need to send up the steam turbine. I'm going to need to send up steam turbines up here. Gonna need... I don't know exactly. This is not a whole lot of electricity. I calculated that this could technically burn 30 megawatts at a time. It's not going to happen. But I'm actually going to need to have more production than I currently have. So, since what I currently have on the ship isn't enough, it immediately behooves me to, since I know what I have on the ship isn't enough, rather, it immediately becomes important to figure out a solution for that one. Which means that I'm going to need more power than I currently have, because I'm going to need more production than I currently have. And everything that I produce requires power. And I need to change these recipes over. So right, I was doing this math. One calcite. Each calcite that these output, they don't output enough ice relative to the calcite. So no matter what, I'm gonna still need some basic crushing. Maybe I'm doing that the wrong way. let's think about that again. How many thrusters do I have on this ship? I have 20 thrusters. You get maximum thrust when they're only 75% full. So I would like to produce 120 times 0.75 is a nice round 75 plus 20 to 4 is 80. So I would like to produce 80 times 20 equals 1,600 per second. And the advanced recipe outputs 150 per second. So I need 10 of the advanced recipe. Oops, wrong button. And what I'm currently using is 50. I'm currently using 40 of the original recipe. 40 of the original recipe. Oh wait. It outputs 4 times the amount per second. Huh. That's wonderfully convenient. It takes half the water and outputs twice the thruster fluid. It takes half the water per thruster fluid. So instead of this ratio, where one of this power feeds water to 4 of these, one of this feeds water to 2 of these, one of this feeds water to 2 of these, and you get the same output. So I can just get rid of this whole bunch. This is 100 and I can get rid of 40 of it. Okay. And that'll free up the necessary, any extra room that I'll need for whatever other production, like moving all of these solar panels and making room for the rocket stuff. For the rocket turret creation. Because I assume that I need... Right, that's why Aquilo requires rocket turret, because you need to have rocket turrets on your spaceship in order to survive this path. Right? That's why it's there? So one thing I need to do is take the carbon and iron input feeds and split it such that... not split it. Okay. Say words. This setup consumes 20 water per line. It produces 20 water per line. When I have these, when I get rid of these, I'm not using less water, and I'm producing less water. This poses a problem because I am now having to add an additional source of water consumption, so I desperately will need this extra. However, when I change over this recipe, this consumes 4 iron ore, but this only consumes 0.2 iron ore. So I'll also need much less of this. But we go, so this makes 10 per asteroid chunk. And this consumes 1. This recipe, actually, let's actually put it down up here. Yeah, this consumes 0.2. And this recipe will output 1/5 the amount. Okay, so updating this to use the better recipe will mean that I'm consuming fewer carbon asteroids per second for the same carbon spending per second, because I'm consuming 0.4 instead of 4. Because I'll need 2 instead of 4 of these. Right, okay. These are equivalent amounts of production. This consumes 4 iron ore. No, wait. Oh. No, this is equivalent amounts of production. Okay. So it is more water efficient. It consumes 0.2 instead of 4. And 10 water per second instead of 20. So that means that we're consuming a very tiny amount compared to before. Because we're consuming 20... 1/20th of the original. But we're producing a 5th. So we're generating a lot more. On top, we're generating more than enough carbon. In fact, to the point that I have to think about, do I need to have a recycler on board to get rid of excess carbon? No. I need to do coal synthesis as well. Okay, what uses... Okay. The sulfur just goes into sulfuric acid explosives. So the sulfur just goes into the rocket turrets. By and large. Okay, that's really ugly and I hate it. Could you not do that, please? Thank you. need to do something different. But what? How much stuff do I need to do different, rather? What is the copper useful for? Do I need copper? In the space recipes, do I need copper? Right, I'm traveling to Aquilo. I'm gonna find big chunks, which have to be shot down with rockets. Rockets don't require carbon, don't require copper in any component of their They don't require any copper in the process of their production. However, thinking about that for a few seconds longer, I do actually want to have carbon, to have copper in the production chain, because I'd like the ship to just make its own repair packs. Because that's very useful. It makes it much more self-sustaining. Highest consumption. No, I want to know what the peak amount of consumption was, I guess. Okay. Not a statistic I have privilege access. Advanced crushing produces way less iron. I'm not having iron problems right now, but I might in the future. These are more efficient per water. That's what I want. Because those are more efficient per water, I should be able to get away with the reduced incoming ice cubes. Goodness gracious. Not that recipe. Full synthesis recipe. Okay. So I need to have a different approach to smelting and stuff. This approach doesn't work at all for the new requirements. Which leaves me at a bit of a loss. I basically just need to start this whole thing over. Yeah, I basically just have to rip it all off. Okay. I have to. I have to fully rip up the star to accommodate my new needs. So, what to do here, precisely? What is it that I want to get done? That won't work for this one. If I put an underground here, right? So that'll work to get this one out of this one, but then... Inside, which is not where I want. I want to get it on the inside somehow. But that can't be done with this shape. So in order to do that the way that it needs to work, I don't like that. I don't like this. This is not... It's not a good setup. By doing it this way, we can get them to load on the inside of that belt. Now I have a full belt of that. Full belt of ice cubes. And the calcite. Great. Now, where do I actually need the calcite to be in? Calcite does not have to go... Ooh. I don't need a nuclear reactor, do I? If I make acid neutralization, I don't need a nuclear reactor, which would be so much nicer. But then I have to make sulfuric acid. Do I get enough? I get 0.75 sulfuric acid per second from this. And I'm asking for it to go a lot of ways. Oh yeah, you need 50? You only get 50 per sulfur, huh? No, you get 5. You get 10 per sulfur. That's awful. Okay, so that's not really a viable power source. Let's check the ratios before we dismiss it. Oh, you can't do acid neutralization except on Vulcanus. Okay. Well, I guess that means I'm gonna be using a nuclear power plant. That's good. I'm glad that it stole me from the... It stole me from the bad decision. I'm glad that it stole me from the bad decision of making... of trying to do acid neutralization on that as my power source. I'm very glad that they prevented me from making that mistake. Because as soon as I said it, I said, oh no, this is a mistake. So, coal synthesis is the thing that I want to be doing. And again. There. How much was this outputting? 9.5. Okay. These don't need to be fast inserters. And slow inserters consume less power, right? Normal inserters consume less power per... Yes. If they're not swinging all the time, they consume significantly less power. Well, actually, no. Not that much less. Right, okay. So this consumes 300... It consumes... no. Other way around. 15.1... This consumes 14.7 kilowatts per second, which means, and rotates 302 degrees per second, which means that it consumes 0.05 kilowatts per degree of rotation. This consumes 59.3 minus 0.5, 58.8 kilowatts for 864 degrees of rotation, which means that this consumes 0.68 kilowatts per degree of rotation. So yeah, it consumes significantly more. I'm not crazy. Since throughput speed of the asteroids does not really matter because it's going to take 5 seconds for this to consume an asteroid, and the same is kind of true about the output. The reason why I shipped up fast inserters is because they have the same rocket weight. And I'm not eviscerating enough batteries. Gotcha. Oh, that no longer works. Okay. I need to do that too. This is the problem. I want to do all of the things, but I'm too scatterbrained to do any of them. Now I'm running out of thingy doodles? Yeah. It's done. And now this is pointless, actually. Beautiful. This. Right. This rig, as it currently stands, has the problem that when this backs up, this stops. And when... Right. When the output just is too full, it doesn't work anymore. So what if I just pick up all of the recycling machines themselves? Okay, and this happened. The only solution here is the only solution for this would be to institute a circuit network condition on this. Like, if this has less than some amount, then priority to this side. But, or no, if this is less than some amount, then there has to be a circuit condition here that forces it to go to this side when this is low. But one of the problems is that as I currently understand, that doesn't work correctly because this splitter will maintain the filter unless I have it also base that filter off of the circuit condition. How do I address that? Great, that's what I want. But this doesn't work. So this fills up and then it stops. Whenever it fills up, what I want to have it do... What do I want it to do? When it fills up, the thing that it should be doing is grabbing... Oh, hello? See my hand, please. The thing that it should do when I fix this, the thing that it needs to do is always be working. So rather than a normal loop like this, what it needs to be is sort of, for want of... It needs to be two-step, kind of. Okay. So I have the main input hook. I have the main input loop. And it comes out. I don't have a good thing to wrap. Just put down a train track. That's perfect. Train. So main input comes in. When the main input comes in, we send it back to storage. Then on this side, we crush to nothing? Okay, that's not how I want it to actually look. This would have the problem that I'd need to extend this branch for each resource that I want to be collecting, which is not actually terrible. That's not the worst thing in the universe. But I feel like I must be able to do better. There must be something that I can do that works cleaner. But I can't see what it is. One particular possibility that comes to mind is that maybe I'm just doing this whole bit wrong from the ground up, and instead of having a clean setup like this, I should just have a... No, no, no. I want it organized and clean. That's a requirement for me. What I was going to say was maybe it comes off of the train and there's just a bunch of belts all have just everything on them instead of being clean and neat and organized. Then it comes to the end, gets recycled, and then the recycling output gets put back on the belt every time. The advantage there is that it would not get clogged if done correctly, because there would A, just always be some amount of free space, which would be difficult to orchestrate but not impossible, and everything always would be able to touch the recyclers at the end of the day. This has the problem that I might end up recycling high-value goods, which is one of the reasons why I don't like that as a concept. But yeah, this just doesn't work. This now works correctly, right? When anything... Yes. Perfect. Okay. It's just like that. Now this has the problem that now I have to put this in for every single one of these. Now I'm gonna need a lot of decider combinators, which sucks, but hey, it's alright. That is far from the worst of fates. Okay. Chest, do this. And goof it up again. Times 100. Oh no. gallons of copper. The thing that I'm struggling to have enough of is red circuits. What are red circuits made of? The only thing that I'm short on red circuits for is copper cable. Which is just a nothing. Basically, like, there's no item. And this row. I don't want to deal with that. Speed minus 10%. Why don't you just go the fast? That'll work great, I'm sure. Every confidence. And let's set you to iron ore. Okay. Fascinating way for it to have deadlocked, I guess. No, okay. Gotta go here, do the things. This is the one required for beating the game. Right? The end, yes. Okay. Oh, and you have to do that, huh? Okay, whatever. Anyway, back to this. Right, I want to have normal inserters. $50 of them. Yeah, there we go. We want you to launch fast, okay? Thanks. Anyway, normal slow inserters. Will do the job just fine. Okay. So, for this to work the way that I need it to, do I need anything else in particular? No, I don't think so. Okay. For that, this output. I need to bring it down and I need to merge it. So I need to have... Sorry, I have to think about this one. At some point I have to do that. Because I need to bring the calcite in. Also have to do the same, bring the calcite in, for the iron ore. Are there any other things that require the calcite? Or is it just those two recipes? Okay. If I ever need oil, then I have to do this recipe. Lubricant? It's not useful. Light oil goes to petroleum gas, and petroleum gas goes to sulfur. But I already have sulfur. Like, I had to use sulfur in order to open this recipe. So the only thing that makes available is plastics. And you don't... Yeah, cannon shells. Yeah, cannon shells are related to tank. So cannon shells are not something that we use up here. We only need rockets. Because this lists, yep, we shoot those. Steel plate, processing unit, flying robot frame, and bioflux. Okay, what a recipe. Anyway. Gotta rip this up. The processing, the reprocess step stays the same. Yeah, this all stays the same. Sorry, let me say it out loud so that brains function. This reprocesses carbonic asteroid chunks if we have more carbonic asteroids than both of the other two, and we have more than 200 of it because we request that many be on the belt. If we have more than 600, which is the maximum number that we want to store, and we have less than 200, then process these, because we don't have enough of those, and the same is true here. If we don't have enough, which is 200, right, this greater than 600 is not necessary to the degree that I have it. It should definitely be a lower number, honestly. This is how many let's just write it. Okay. This many each. Come on. What is the passive provider used for? Is it used for anything? I don't think so. Okay. so. Decider, reactor, rocket capacity. Yeah, 1. Okay. The ratio of that is 3 to 5. This is going to be needed up there. So the problem is that this can't have an AND condition. I cannot put 2 enable conditions here, which is what I want. I want multiple things to be true before we're willing to put a thing in. And this, I have a trick for. I want you to check every 1 second. I don't know. Every 8 seconds? Yeah, so it goes up by 2. Can I do that? Okay. Okay. Change you to advanced thruster field. This means that this spell needs to become half-sealed. Like so. Or I can have it become half-seed way up here, which might be more expedient. I go from needing one of these to needing... I go from needing 4 of these to needing 1 of them. 1 of them. 1 of them. Not 2 of them. I'm 2, so I always want to put things down in pairs, but that's not how it works this time. I have to assume that those are connected, because they're connected. Like, if I go grab a heat pipe... Where's heat pipe? There. That is obviously where the connection point is. So, let's see. If I to have the if I'm to have the calcite merge onto the belt up here, then I don't need this splitter. I don't need this second water either. So it might make more sense to pull all of these leftward, so that instead of having them this consumes 10 water. Right. I have 40, and I get to go down to needing 10. So that would just be this section. Just this section. Except this needs... yeah, 20 water per line. Okay, that's why I want to do it that way. It would just be this section. I could get rid of this whole block. The sulfur, I need to use it in coal synthesis so that I can make a coal so that I can make explosives. And I don't remember where I made all of this notes. Oh, here it is. I did have notes for this. While each rocket is better as a normal rocket, if I hit 2 asteroids, then it becomes really good to have explosive rockets. I don't know how possible it is for me to afford explosive rockets. Okay, but what's the ratio? This technically supports 2 of these. But that's really annoying to fit in spatially. Those would not be enough. That's not going to be enough to get it down. These are minus 80% each. It's only minus 20%. This is 50% bonus speed. I don't have qualities of those here. Okay. So that would be plus 70%, which would actually be reducible. Because that would mean I'd only need minus 150. Which is just this in its base state. That's still at limit. Oh. Okay. Seems like everything's mostly fine. Anyway. So I'd like this to have plus 100% speed. And minus 80%. That's not, like, an achievable pair of requests. %30 speed for 50% energy. Yeah. This is 120% energy for that speed request. This would be 130% energy. So yeah, basically not possible. In order to get the level of speed that I want. Yeah, this is still at plus, this is at plus 10%. These are each minus 95%. Holy smokes. Okay, so this is at 50% of 20%, which means that I want to have minus 30% energy consumption relative to this, which would require these both be made speed 2s. That's not quite minimum. I feel like I feel like that's a good way to drive myself insane instead of doing something useful. How did these blue circuits, how did these processing units end up on the belt? Huh. No. Okay, so it looks like the problem here is the speed of this inserter. It just can't go faster. That's okay. Anyway. This. This would require 0.93, and this makes 0.5. This requires 0.6, and this makes 0.5. Hmm. So this would be minus 190, and then these are plus 120. For a total of minus 70% power consumption. But still hitting the requested. Okay. But this requires 0.93. And that's not good enough for it. Okay, that is. And that's minus 120, which isn't quite good enough. What are these? Minus 64%. Same as these ones. So it would have to be these. Completely full of copper, and nothing but copper. Mm-hmm. It's copper and stone. Yeah, I don't have any idea what I'm gonna do with a lot of this, honestly. Because it's kind of not useful. And kind of very annoying, actually. Anyway, this thing. This will give it the production necessary to do both of these. The question is, how many rockets will I going to need to be able to shoot per second? Because if I need to shoot only a very small number of rockets per second, then it makes sense to try and use only one. But N per minute. So there's only about... So I don't actually have to be worried about too many of them. Medium ones die to physical damage shots. So I need to be able to kill a few. Right? So the density at the peak is over 20. It looks like. But that still means I only need to kill one per 3 seconds on average. And that's per minute I spend at the dense point, which is only right here. That's only 4,000 kilometers. And everywhere else, it's dramatically less. So I need to be able to kill like 10 per minute, which is 1 every 6 seconds. And I just did the numbers. And as per the numbers, I do need multiple rockets. So I need 3 rockets per 6 seconds. I need on the order of 3 rockets per 6 seconds. I need to make sure I have explosives 8. Which I do. Because I can research explosives 9, which means I have explosives 8. So maybe I don't even need explosive rockets right now? Because that would be nice. Make 0.9? And everything's fine. Anyway, I need to bring iron plates in here somehow. And then get these off. And this is one of the reasons why I want the bigger range on the rocket turrets. So that I don't have to deal with routing them everywhere. Because... okay, I'll have to just use uncommon ones. I shouldn't need to have too much protection. But the problem is that I still need to spread them out really far. Because this isn't far enough. This is the center of the ship, which is where I'd want them to all be. But if I have them here, they only reach out to over here, which means this whole side of the ship can be blasted. So I need to be able to put them, like, all the way out here, so that they have a moment to shoot the things that are at the edge. Okay, so small asteroids just get gone. What about medium? What do I want to do with medium asteroid? That's a bit of a problem. I don't know. It depends on how common they are. Looks like they start out pretty common. Oh, but I'm already dealing with them with gun. Okay. That makes me feel much better. That I'm already killing this with the gun turret makes me feel much more confident that I don't have to worry about it. So that's good. Huh. Okay. I kind of wasn't expecting it to just catalog everything here like that. That's cool. I've lost 600 robots. Neat, neat, neat. Anyway. Yeah, this isn't having any problem with the mediums. There's just not that many of them. So maybe it's fine? Oh, what did I hit? Okay. There we go. Maybe just killing those with gun turrets is acceptable? Certainly a lot cheaper. How much is it to kill those with gun turrets? Like, does it... It doesn't... Medium asteroid, okay? 400 life. 10% physical resistance. This does 45. So, 40. So it kills it in one magazine. Because each magazine holds 10 bullets. So that's 4 iron plates. Coal and sulfur are quite expensive on the platform. And each rocket is made of 2 iron plates anyway. So... yeah, that's not economical. Unless I'm finding so many that the splash of the explosive rockets is relevant. That's not economically a good decision. Okay. So yeah, these overlap a bit, which is about what I want. Just want to know whereabouts. Ah, there. Okay. You should really be allowed to just click on your blueprints. Okay, so it's on these two. These are mostly symmetrical, right? That was the point? Yeah. That'll do smoothly. Enough for my tastes. So I just said a whole bunch of numbers. What were they? I need to be able to kill 6 per minute, right? Because at the densest, it's going to total 20. At this really dense part, there's going to be 20 per minute. But then for most of the trip, there's not even 12. So for less than 10% of the trip, there's 20 per minute. And there's like 15 per minute for this section. So there's 15 per minute for 50% of the trip. Like, on average, because there's less than 15 here and more than 15 here. And then the front of the trip has like 4 or 5. So I need an average production of like 10 per minute, I think. So 10 per minute is 1 per 6 seconds. And this exceeds that. So I think, I believe, I hope, I pray that this is the correct amount. Okay. Oh right, I need to make a hole. That's difficult. So this needs 0.9? Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay. That probably requires a fast inserter. I don't know exactly how I want that to work out. This takes... Okay, the amount of sulfur that this requires makes up for the amount of sulfur that this doesn't require, basically. This takes 1 sulfur and 2.5 carbon per second. This does not produce in that ratio. Which is good, because I need other things. No, wait. 1 sulfur is 2... So it does produce in that ratio. Okay. Which means that I'm going to have excess sulfur so the advanced recipe gives me the ratio that I need for this process. I need... This makes 3 to 2. So 3 calcite, 3 ice, which maps to 30 water. And 1 calcite. So yeah, this makes 1 calcite per 15 water. So it's nowhere near enough. Is there any... But that's kind of the only recipe that I need the calcite. Don't know what the ratio that I actually need here is, though. But it's a pretty flexible scale. Okay. Carbon. The coal synthesis into chemical plant generates, requires, makes 0.5 coal, which then gets combined with 0.5 sulfur. So that means that this consumes 2.5 carbon and 1 sulfur. And that's what this outputs. So with this recipe, I have 0 carbon left over for any other purposes. That means that it will deadlock on sulfur if I'm only using advanced crushing. If I use basic crushing, I get 9.5 carbon. And 9.5 carbon is way more than I need. Because I only need, again, I think 10, right? Because I have 40. Yeah, I have 40 of each kind. So I need 1 crusher, makes 9.5 carbon, which satiates. Well, it makes 9.5 carbon. Right. Per craft. This makes 30 water. This makes 9.5 carbon. This makes 47 water instead of 30 water. So I'm gonna actually need a lot of this because the calcite only has the one job. And I need 100 times the amount of water as I have calcite. Which means I need 10 times the ice. Okay? That means, so this is 0.75. Go back to my spreadsheet. I need, for the thrusters alone, 1 ice makes 20 water. Okay, so I need 5 ice per calcite for thrusters. By default, I get 1.5 ice per calcite. How do you spell deficit? D-E-F... D-E-F-I-E... No. D-E-F-I... Yeah, okay. Sorry. D-E-F-I-C-I-T. So this makes 4.75 ice. Now, one problem is that this crafts faster. So it's going to claim more asteroids as well. So the deficit of 3.5 ice. This makes 4.75 ice. This makes 4.75 ice. When this finishes, it's going to be around 1 plus 100, which is why I want it so badly. Because then these ugly numbers will go away again. I think. $4.75 ice. Well, the ratio. No, wrong click. 5 ice. We gain 5.5 ice per basic. Which means that we have a surplus. So if this is balanced, then I have 1.5 extra ice per time that all 8 get fed. But this takes 2 seconds and this takes 5 seconds. So this would give me, this correctly ratios. This leaves 3 ice in excess that isn't being used for thruster. This has 3 ice that's not being used for thrusters. Which is 30 water that's not being used for the thrusters. That's the... Oh no, it's 60 water. 1 ice melts to 20 water, not 10 water, and I keep thinking that it's 10 water because that would make more sense. Anyway, that means that I have 3 ice left over. it's ratios, not absolutes. Can I make this, like, partially transparent somehow, actually? Because that would be actually kind of nice. No, I don't see a good way to do that cleanly, so I'm just gonna give up. Okay. Anyway, so there's 60 water left over. Per this section. Then this makes the exact amount that you need for this process. So this will make 0.8 sulfur per second, and this needs 1 sulfur per second. So I'll need 2 of these, and only 2 of those. And then this is extremely overkill. That's gonna be a whopping 20 carbon. It's gonna be a whopping 20 carbon out per second, of which I'm gonna use none, basically. I'm gonna use like 1, 2. So it makes more sense to have it be this way. Now, given that this is perfectly ratioed already, 2 to 5, 1 to 5. Yeah, so this is perfectly ratioed. So they should not be merged like this. Just because that would be kind of foolish. Gneiss and calcite have no reason to go anywhere else. Okay. There's no good way to do that. Because in this formation, so it has to somehow work like that. Hmm? Okay. This is the only spot that needs the carbon. This makes it in the perfect ratio. This makes 0.5, and then this consumes 0. This makes 1 per second. You know, it's not as completely flawless perfect as it possibly could be. Now, how do I get rockets down to this one is the problem. This doesn't close that gap. And like it makes no sense for me to devote half of the ammo bill to rockets, right? I mean, maybe it does. It would definitely solve the moving it around the ship problem, since I've already solved it. It would make putting turrets in the back, like over here, not stupid feeling. So that's advantageous. Unfortunate that that's happening. Maybe I do want to put rocket turrets down there. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. So, copper. Kind of want to set it up just to make it automatically make some repair packs for itself. Because that just seems of high value. And I'm sure I'm gonna have to do it properly for this, right? Yeah, because this takes copper cable. Oh, but it only takes copper cable, so, you know. That's pretty weak as a requirement. Yeah, and that's the way that this all comes down to here. Which is not exactly something I'm a fan of, the way that it turned out. This is nice, though. Now, let's see. How can I make this... Well, what happened there? When? Huh. I wonder what I clicked. I wonder when I clicked it. That's exciting. I mostly want to know what I clicked so that I don't accidentally click it again. Because, like, she's not even... I stopped being rotated the way that I want to be. Now I'm facing straight on. But I want to be all tilted. Yeah, I mean, that'll do, I guess. That's okay. I don't know what went wrong. I don't know why. And I'm slouching? No, I'm not slouching. She's slouching no matter whether I'm slouching or not. That's really weird. I wonder what I did. Must have pressed some button, and I don't know what button it is. I'm glad that hotkeys exist. I just wish I knew what they were. I need to make a way to route this to the location that I want it to go. This... Right, I got rid of the iron here. For so that I can... Hey, copy what I want to copy, please? So that I can actually... Okay, so... Like that. Now, how... Okay, this is gonna be funky. But I think what I want to do is have it go down first. Into a splitter, and then go back up. And that's gonna be one tile shy. Okay, but I can just slide this all up a tile. So that'll fit. Then that fits, then that fits, then this fits. Let me do that, and then that. Okay. Now, this doesn't quite work the way that I wanted it to. I don't like this. I don't like this being the orientation at all, whatsoever. It bothers me, it bothers me, it bothers me. I understand that this being in this orientation is, like, gonna get in the way because of this, but I would actually rather move this whole poodle instead. I want this to be nice and straight. I want it to be straight because then it looks prettier. Oh, what the correct amount of carbonic crushing is? The more crushing I have, the more... more carbonic... I'm not sure what the exact ratio of carbonic crushing that I'm going to need is. Why are you here? Because it just didn't copy the filter. Okay. Let's see. These go here, your feet. This calcite just needs to go straight down with the ice, basically. It has no need to do anything except be down here. That's the only place it has to go. It's the only place where it has function. For now. Let me draw straight lines. Asteroid belt collecting from... Asteroid collector drop-off belt from the southern side of the spaceship. This makes 1.5 sulfur. This consumes 1.1 sulfur per second. So this goes faster than necessary, assuming that it actually gets constantly what it needs to have. I need to get iron plates on here. On this tile specifically, which is a pretty trivial ask. Now I just have to figure out a way to prevent... Nope. That's terrible. That's awful. I should... There definitely was a better way to do that. And I feel ashamed for having come up with that one. That horrible abomination of a thing that is. Okay. Next step. That's sending sulfur. Whoops. I forgot to put outputs. Okay, I have a solution for that one. Or, well, enough of a solution for that one. Iron comes here. Why am I gathering magazines in here? magazines will end up in here, and then they'll go over there. If there's ever a shortage. Okay, cool. Why am I gathering magazines in here? Because that seems to be the reason why I was gathering magazines in here. I'm sure that there's something I could be doing with this spot. It eludes me. Okay. I'm gonna do this instead of using a long-handed inserter. Okay, anyway. No. How cursed, how awful, how awful, how nasty a fate that is. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to readjust that when it comes time for, railguns. Okay. Voice is on dash, right? What did I do? It happened again. What am I doing? How am I resetting you? Like, it's not these buttons, not those. What did I click? It's not my... Not that. It's not that. Question marks? Fascinating. Oh. Is it Control H? Is that... No, okay. Okay, weird. I don't know what I'm clicking. I don't know what I'm pressing that causes that. That's very frustrating. Anyway, I need to make this. Okay, that reaches all the way across. And this fueling. Okay. So I think now's the time when I need to do this part. And this gets kind of funky, doesn't it? So I gotta go from 40, and then I need 1/4 as many. 4, 5, that's kind of awkward, because now... So this way of doing it is awkward, and that way of doing it is awkward. Maybe what Mom wants to do is actually... Wait, I don't need that much copper, do I? Not right now. Well, I'm gonna need more later. But repair kits. A repair kit is 2 circuits, which is 6 cable, which is 3 plates. So it's 4 iron, 3 copper. And advanced crushing doesn't give me enough copper for that. Gives me only half the copper I need. And I need so much ammo production, I don't know how much. So much plate production. This is not serving me any value as it stands. And it's happened. It makes things in the correct ratio. What's up, Fully? It can randomly fail. Now the problem is that if I get rid of... I can get rid of this column and just have it work on this side. I want to keep this ratioing. But on the other hand, if I get rid of that ratioing, then I don't have to do this weird ice belt. I would still have to bring the iron from the other side, though, which makes it awkward no matter what. And I'd have to pull this out. If I wanted to have these be parallel, this is 3 ingredients. There's no 100% way to put 3 ingredients on a belt that I'm aware of. So this wouldn't work. I would have to do this, which is just kind of silly. So given that that's kind of silly, I think that I shouldn't do that. Which brings me back to I want to just clip this off like that. And that's still connected. Great. So now I have this space down here to work on whatever I need to work on. Apparently, the thing that's most important to me is having solar panel pristine beauties, I guess. Yay. That's totally super duper important. Okay. Well, see, I'm not really a fan of this. I kind of want to make it get joined up over here. Okay. So this is full of rockets, which is great. That's all I need. This will... That'll work, that'll work. Okay. So hopefully... Just put these down. And I don't have enough. Okay. That's kind of good. It means that I'm saving quite a bit of electrical power. And how much do these weigh? Lots. It's unfortunate, but it is the case. What's up here? That's stone and wool. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, now at this point, it kind of makes sense to do that. At this point, it kind of makes sense to pull them. We need some degree of this infrastructure that goes down anyway, though. Or I have to reproduce its purpose up here. Hmm? Lower pipe is redundant with this pipe piece, so this part can go away too. Two, three, four, five. Yes, 5, 10. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 10. Okay. And now there's a bunch more solar. Great. Now it's all, like, neatly packed. You shoot. Gotcha. Yeah, that'll work. Won't. I need an extra tile somewhere. This is an unnecessarily huge buffer. But I think it makes more sense to do it that way than any other. Alrighty. Oh, There. Now it can't. It will refuse to send iron ore on this side. And since iron ore will be the only thing on that build, it will never mix up. How do I make a custom upgrade planner? Oh right, you need to click it, and then click it, and then put it in your bag, and then... Because for some reason you can't just right-click it here at some point. Like, would make sense. $16? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. You have 2. But you'll remember. Okay. Okay. Fair back. And then it has to go in the hub somehow. So that makes it a little difficult to maneuver. Because that tile is taken. Okay. Okay. Oh gosh, that's difficult. Why put this in here though? Ah, that doesn't work. It's so close to working. The assembly machine. This is the only spot that needs any copper. So it's this one. This one. Nobody else needs it. For now. Like that. Stack size 300. So, stack size 100, hand size 4. So, when it's less than 97. Okay. Uh, okay. Now, you're allowed to shoot small and mediums, and you will ignore anything that is not small or medium. Because there's no reason for you to shoot anything that's larger than that. Now, I'm going to need to somehow... I probably will need... Right, let's check the space route. The space route. Medium asteroids. Yeah, big oxide asteroids are still present in orbit, right? Yeah. So that means that this isn't good enough. And I do need to have turret coverage for the backside. Okay, but this turret covers all the way to this midpoint. And then this turret also overlaps on that midpoint. So those 2 extra turrets is enough. Okay. Man. Yeah, let's just not worry about that. Okay. .3 meg. I really wish I could have it tally all of these instead. Like, I want to know what was the total consumption during this time frame. I would really like that bar up here as a statistic. Or like a 30 minutes here. That would also be swell. So I need to send up 2 more rocket turrets. At least. And let's send up 4 just in case. This one needs 50% more speed in order to be actually moving at the correct pace, huh? And this one is 100% too fast. Okay. That'll do. I'm gonna call that good, even though it's like, it's not perfect, but it's close enough for my tastes. Do I want to send higher quality efficiency modules up here so that I can put better speed modules in here? This makes 1 per second, and then these consume 1.2 per second. This consumes the iron output of 4 of these, which means that there's technically only 6 of them servicing this, which is not enough. But these iron plates get distributed to these things as demand. So I think it'll be okay. Right. Gotta fix that. Okay. If I just do this, it's gonna do the wrong thing, right? So I'm not allowed to have nice things? Yeah. So I need to squeeze this onto the other side. Like that. And there we go. That'll be satisfactory. What's up? Who sent me a what? Oh no. Why did it not give me this earlier? Okay, 1 second. I thought it was something more important, but it was not as important to reply to that as immediately as I did. My apologies. My phone has not worked correctly. I've been getting the wrong notification noises, and she's not tilted again. Please re-tilt. I really do actually want you to be... Thank you. I really do want her to be facing sort of like that. No, no, that's too much. And now she's... No. This is so annoying. I really wish XR Animator wouldn't have this careening happen. I want to turn and rotate the character to match the idea that looking straight on something looks unnatural. So this rockets. I have rocket turrets set up on all the... I really wish that I could have different turret ring colors for the different turrets. I keep saying I really wish. I should just write a feature request statement, shouldn't I? I should write a massive review thing of just like, yeah, here's problems. So, like, where to begin? The stupid asteroid collector thing. So, like, what was the first thing? You can't use these. You can't use circuit conditions to intelligently control multiple asteroid collectors because you can't. Because each asteroid collector's inventory gets used as a filter for the other asteroid collectors in the same network. Which is stupid. In many cases, including that one, the inability of what to call them, machines, to distinguish the two colors of circuit network the inability to distinguish the two different colors of circuit network is really gross because it means that you have to add additional combinators that are not actually adding any logical steps, but are instead just dividing the network components so that they behave. Like, that is prime computer attempts to read your mind. The quality interface is ass. There is no other word for it. I can't even put it to words very. I can't even put the other half of it to words very well. I can put the first half very well. If I, the first half of the problem is really easy. I click this, I have to click this a second time. That's stupid and bad. Overwhelmingly, if I want to make something in a specific quality, I know what quality I want to make it in before I click the thing. If I'm plopping machines down, I probably want to make it in normal quality. So while it's nice that when I click this, it assumes I want normal quality, the fact that I click this and it doesn't select solar panel, it's still on the select a recipe, is terrible, control flow wise. I appreciated this very nicely when I first got the quality thing, because it reminded me that the quality tab down here, like, existed. But at this point, it's just, I have to press E twice. Basic UI flow. Don't do that. That's bad. Don't make users click buttons more times to do the same action. Like, if this is made even worse, of course, by the fact that there's a bunch of things in the game like, there are so many items in the game, which is great. Items are good. There's also a bunch of random items that don't have quality bonuses. Like, yeah, okay, burner mining drills. They have a cool quality bonus. Great. So it is conceivable that I want to make a burner mining drill in a different quality, and the same is true for all of these other things. Like, yeah, sure, I want to make an offshore pump in a different quality. Yeah, I want to make an assembly machine in a different quality. Stone furnace, different quality. Yeah, sure. These belts have no quality. I never want to use quality ingredients on belts, because it literally doesn't make a difference. The same is true for rails, and wagons, and rail chains. Like, this is redundant. This doesn't change. Like, oh no, I guess it technically changes, but no, it doesn't. Like, yes, it technically changes. Like, actually just kind of stupid. If everything had a strong quality effect, then it would be, like, more excusable. Marginally more excusable, I should say. Okay. Let's go back to this. Okay. Stretching hurts. Why does stretching randomly hurt? Okay. This does that. Yeah, no. Do I have... No. Wait, actually, yeah, these are the same regardless of quality as well. The only reason to have them in quality form is if I'm making something, which again means that I know that I'm making that thing specifically. Oh, this is positive when it was supposed to be negative. Okay. Do I just not have uncommon red circuits? Why would I not have uncommon advanced circuit? Okay. Where are they going? Oh, of course I don't have any. They're all going in here's, aren't they? Yeah. And I assume that the same is true for rare? Yeah. just weird delays. Okay. One thing to consider is how big is this? 10 by 12. Okay, so it's not actually bigger. Because I have this one in rare in the ship, right? So... Oh no, it's in normal. Okay, but it doesn't really make a difference. Okay. Okay. So... I need to add an additional condition to this. And Aquila is greater than 0 because we don't want to be using the nuclear fuel if we don't have to. We only have to be using the nuclear fuel if we're going to Aquila. Less than 1. Steam, less than 5k again. And time is less than 20. I want heating towers. Oh, because their trash slots are full. I see. Fascinating. Fascinating that the ice also got depleted. Things that I'm going to need before going to Philo. A stack of these. Okay, maybe not a whole stack, but some. Quite a. I ate? Why am I nauseous? Why am I nauseous? I should not be nauseous. I ate food. That's weird. It's been 7 hours. I still have failed to do all of the things that I set out to do. Well, that's okay. I'm gonna test this and then call it good. Yeah, see? There we go. I'm an idiot. Okay, so those are redundant. Because I only check to see if there is exactly one fuel, I don't need the time at all. That's good. That's how I want it to be. Are there other concerns that I have, really? I don't know what I need to bring there, but I want to know if the spaceship works correctly. That's pretty important to me. See, I shouldn't have to duplicate this like that. In order to get a... If you run out of either... It's like, if you run out of either of these things, go back. But also only go back when you have these required things, Matt. Hmm. Where? Where are gates? Okay. So that would require thinking about it on the other side of things. Okay. So all I want to do is try sending you. It thinks going to Gleba and then to Aquilo makes more sense than going to Fulgora and then to Aquilo. Okay. Sure. Yep, here it is. 1. Yeah, I mean, if the asteroid density doesn't... If the asteroid quality increases without the asteroid density increasing... Okay, these aren't up north enough. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't have enough ammo. Why? Because this broke. Because I'm stupid. Okay. Well. That was, in fact, why I was like, there must be something I'm forgetting. And there was. There. Huh? Okay. Interesting that these two sides move at different speeds. That's so trippy. And like this side moves faster on each section. So that's weird. Why is it doing that? Oh. Just like a proxy of how my ship is shaped? No, that doesn't make sense because I have an equal number of turns in each direction. Sort of, by definition. And it's not like one side of the belt is more full than the other, because based on the fact that this isn't moving and this isn't dropping, both sides of the belt are completely full. And yet one side moves faster than the other. Fascinating. How absolutely magical of an experience that must be. Okay, well, it has been 7 hours, and for some reason that I do not comprehend, I am nauseous, so I am going to go take care of myself instead of hurting myself. Because that's very important to me. I saved 13 seconds ago, and you complained that the game's not saved. Thank you, Factorio. But you can't be asked to have a confirm load when I'm loading from 30 minutes ago. I'm writing that down in my document. Sorry, the game goes. You want to quit? 13 seconds. I stepped a tile. And the game's like, oh, you did something since you last saved. You wanna. You sure? Which is like, that's good. That's great. But it's bad because it means that I stopped reading the prompt. Because it always puts it there whenever I quit. Okay. Bye bye. Be well. Love you. Mew mew.